Alright, it's probably about time that I turn this thing on, even though I think the specific course of action that I had in mind when or at least at the precise moment that I hit the start button for this, might have to be shifted around a little bit, but I believe that will be fine. Something else I will have to shift around a little bit before I can actually do anything else though is this, okay. This stuff that you can't see, but don't worry about that. But yes, hello to whoever may be receiving this message. Whether it be at this time or another, however that may be interpreted. I'm not quite sure I know what it means myself, to be honest, even though I say it all the time, but yes, hello Akadar, and whosoever else may be present. And rather than trying to talk about things without really doing much, I think something I ought to be doing right now instead is taking a look at this page over here to maybe take part in something that I don't think that I have actually ended up taking part in for a little while. There we go. And also probably sporadically muting myself as a result of the particular beverage that I am favoring tonight, and which I pretty much had to very hurriedly get ready given how quickly I ended up doing this. I don't know. I feel like this is one of those things that I should probably just not dwell on too much. Something that I will dwell on just a little bit is the change into that particular preconfiguration for the authenticator, which I actually already had ready before the start of the stream, but I foolishly switched off of because I failed to take into account that I was going to be doing this. And I think since this has actually just a couple more seconds left in that thing before it completely faded out, let's take advantage of that opportunity to go ahead and transition into whatever sounds may be coming from this window next, because yeah, it's been a hot minute since I did one of these daily quizzes, but I believe the time is right for it now. We've just missed the main theme from Shadowman, but surely that'll be fine. I don't even know if I would have been able to tell you what that sounded like. I believe that there was actually another game from that very same time period on the PlayStation called Shadowman, or maybe it was Darkman, that was even more of a cold game somehow. That was the one that I just sort of always automatically assumed people were talking about when they said Shadowman, but no, apparently they meant that one that's based on comic books or something, and that one apparently got even, like, remastered recently. I don't think I ever touched it.
What is the name of the hacking collective in the Watch Dogs series?
I think there's multiple ones, but yeah, I guess that's probably the one that they want. I think the only thing that I can relating to Watch Dogs that I think I found memorable in my own experience is the shit show that they had with the Watch Dogs 2 giveaway some time back.
Which year does Contra take place?
Fuck, I don't know. 1980 something? 2003? 2013? 2023? 2033? 103. Damn it. Alright, I didn't know that it took place in that year. I suppose I learned something today. Oh, that is typically what happens here.
What is the name of the lead composer for Shin Megami Tensei 4?
Isn't that the guy who does a bunch of Persona stuff, like nearly all of them, but apparently it is not for this one. Even though I'm pretty sure that the most memorable Ryota Kosuka, yeah, that does not ring a bell. I feel like the only stuff that he actually has participated in that I can think of off the top of my head that I actually would consider memorable would be the Trauma Center games, but I'm pretty sure a lot of people know that already.
What is called the main character from Dark Cloud 2?
fuck, I don't know. Is it the same as the main character from... No, evidently not. Million? Oh, okay. I think the one from Dark Cloud 1 was called Tone or something. But I don't think I ever actually learned anything at all, for that matter, about Dark Cloud 2.
From which game does this?
This keeps coming up. I don't think I remember a lot of like actual repeat questions that drop on this thing, but this is like the third time that I've seen it in the past week or two. I guess you would expect that people would remember that.
From which country was developed Brothers, A Tales of Two Sons?
Sweden? Oh, okay. And somehow that... well... I suppose I should probably know that a little bit better, given that I'm pretty sure that I've owned that game for quite a few years, and yet I never actually played it. One of those weird games that's kind of like an adventure platformer, but it definitely focuses more on the platformer side of things, so it's a little bit more tricky to try and classify it, but I don't know.
What preposterous games are the characters forced to play in the Zero Escape series?
I wonder how short of an answer you could get away with there. Preposterous games. Nonary game, ambidex decision game. I mean, they were all nonary games, weren't they? But apparently just nonary doesn't count as good enough.
What is the name of the museum curator in My Sims We've Read?
Fuck. Well, I have no idea. Vincent Van Gool. I don't know. Is it a pun like that? It's gotta be Vincent something. Vincent Skullfinder. I would not have been able to tell you that. I feel like I have seen some questions in this thing that relate to that game, though. So I want to see, I'm not that surprised.
From which game does this image come from?
It's not. It's Neo, right? Yeah. Took me a second. The very first thing that I could think of there is it's not Bloodborne. I don't think I ever played this part of Neo, but I don't know. I played Neo for a while and then I just kind of got frustrated and quit. And by a while, I mean like 20 hours or something, so make of that what you will.
What function of the second Famicom controller did you have to use to progress in Bokeshi no Chosen Ho?
Well, not just in that game, I don't think. I think that you also had to do that in, like, original Cell that kill the Pulse voices. I don't know if that was an actual hard requirement in... Oh, you could just write Mike. That's probably how the Supersonic was gotten there. But yeah, I don't know if how many games really had that as a hard requirement using that.
Quick, man.
At least I was able to figure that out. Even though I definitely couldn't tell you just off the top what the men are in Mega Man 2. I think there's Bubbleman and Woodman and Quickman, and I don't know what the others are. Airman?
What is special about Pandora's Tower box on Wii?
Actually, what is special in the Brown Out game? Black... something? Case? Just black. I don't know what word they expected me to use there. Color. Oh, okay. Could I have written black label? No, I guess not. I'm also not seeing whatever the French equivalent for label would be there.
What is the name of this character?
wonder how many options we would have for this one, though. Probably not that many, probably like 4. Albert, Wesker, and Wesker Albert, but not just Albert. I guess that's the only one that would have been missing. Well, speaking of that, here come the stars, maybe, and there they go.
Which game indirectly caused the cancellation of 64 Wars and Fire Emblem 64?
I don't know. Okay. How did that work? I get the feeling that I'm definitely missing some story with that one, but not a Mario story.
What does the pianist of the Tales of Legendia bar refer to?
Somehow I don't feel quite as implied or inclined to do the point out the Go in the name as I do with Goichi Nose.
Croc's main villain.
There's a main villain. Baron Dark with a CK. No, it's Baron something, surely. Only I had played that game for more than 20 minutes. Dante. Okay then.
From which game does this image come from?
I don't know. Is it this? Yeah. I vaguely remember that this is one of those series that I would not be able to tell you about because I don't know jack about fighting games, but I'm pretty sure this one at least has turned up in the past. It's probably from the actual, from actual tracks in the game that I heard on here, though.
In what game released on the PlayStation do you play as the Pepsi-Cola mascot?
I feel stupid for messing up the spelling of that. How the fuck did I not get Supersonic, though? Or at least the hair? That does feel like a travesty.
What is the name of the antagonist in Quake?
They have a name? I thought the antagonist was something more specific than that, but okay. I mean, I can't talk, I haven't actually finished Quake.
Which letter is written on the very rare power-up that lets the player fly indefinitely in Super Mario Bros. 3?
Okay. Oh. Well, actually, conversely, in this one I am surprised that I was able to get a hair, because it's like people would have spammed this one a lot more than before I did. Is it really that rare, though? I feel like you get it from a few fixed occasions at least.
From which game does this image come from?
Okay. Once again, I am surprised that I was able to get that even in first. In no small part because I've never actually played any of these.
What is the name of the currency used in The Sims franchise?
You gotta be shitting me. Okay, well that was definitely a robbery. Right there. But I am also surprised that apparently nobody else knew that, actually. I'm gonna do this. Is it report? Something like that?
What is the very first monster you fight in Undertale?
It's not that? Oh, okay. Sure, whatever. This definitely feels like a trick question, if you ask me.
What retired French tennis player can you play as in virtual tennis?
What names would even start and end with a C? I have no idea. Cedric Pioline. Never heard of the guy. I know that Pioline is the name of Tweety Bird in some places of the world. Wonder if he ever got harassed with that.
To what game does Discover belong?
Okay, I would not have gotten that if not for the chase.
What can a blue Yoshi do after eating a kind of Koopa shell in Super Mario World?
Well, at least nobody needed a hint for that one, it looks like. Voila. Better not phrase that in anything other than the infinitive.
What is Golden Axe's barbarian name?
I don't know. Axe Master. Axe Warrior. Barbar. Battler, okay.
What game is the company Adeline Software most commonly known for?
Little Big Adventure Planet. I feel like I should know this one. It feels like there's not enough letters for... Yeah, I don't think they're actually maxed up, but... It feel like there were not enough letters in Little Big Planet to match that. Little Big Adventure, which is definitely on my list of older adventure games that I should have played by now, but I still haven't.
From which game does this image come from?
Some Command and Conquer game. I'm not gonna know the full name. Nope, never mind. Okay, never mind, I have no idea. Supreme Commander 2. Oh, well, one person got that. Well, what is this? What will this last one be?
Which action video game got a movie adaptation in 2016 by Justin
Fuck.
Furter?
I'm pretty sure that existed at least. Assassin's Creed, oh that fucking... That's not even an action video game though, it's supposed to be a stealth thing. Feels kind of disingenuous to not mention the stealth aspect of it, but whatever. It doesn't matter. Oh boy. I don't know. It's probably a game that starts with Krusty something based on the fact that the hint looks like that, but whether I was able to tell you what exactly the remainder of that would be. Not yet, like always. Well, I say like always, but more like in the increasingly Rare occasion, super fun house, of course. In the increasingly rare occasion that I end up playing this, we'll listen to a couple of these tracks post-game, just to see what they sound like. Is this Grand Blue? Okay, this is Grand Blue Fantasy, which I would not have been able to tell you just from the sound itself, but rather from the fact that the hint looked like that, and the fact that I am aware that there exists a game called Grand Blue Fantasy. Which, if I understood the description of it correctly, it doesn't seem like it's something that I will ever probably be able to play myself, but who knows. What was the name of the track? We'll only just look at that and then... Battle 5. Nice. Can't remember if there's anything that resembles that in the chase, though, from that game, or... I want to say maybe in the chase, maybe in submissions. I don't know if that ever actually got out of submissions, but I wouldn't be surprised if either of the two binary answers to that situation were the case. I'm gonna take a quick glance here. And I do not see Grand Blue Fantasy in submissions, so I'm forced to assume that it did actually get in, but I don't think I've ever actually heard it play during the regular episodes. Oh well. But on that note, on the note of VGM, and I guess on the note of stuff that's in the chase, one that I haven't heard play, even though this one, unlike the one that I just mentioned, I feel should play. Time for me to take another quick foray into the thing that I was initially planning to time before I did the daily quiz, but I ended up taking too long. Being distracted by other things, so we're gonna do it now. The 5 random tracks from the big old YouTube Chase VGM playlist. Let's see here. Don't think that there's any greater fanfare that I want to mention or anything, so I'll just go ahead and turn these on. Before I get things started. What is Image 6 again? Hold on a moment. Is this that thing that I brought in just for the, for the tweet demo thing? I guess I'll leave it in place just in case I feel like tracing that again later, but for now we'll make these things visible as I move on to the randomizer tab here. And I play a little bit more of this block track, which was the 6th one to play before. Block's House. Another soundtrack that I will probably remain distant to, due to my own perception of I probably can't really do that much to try and remember a soundtrack unless I've actually played the game. And who knows if this will ever happen. I mean, it might happen given that I feel like all games that make it into the chase that don't immediately get branded by me as I will never play this have a... How do I phrase this? Not insignificant, let's put it that way. Have a not insignificant chance of being played by me at some point. Perhaps even on here. I don't know if there's like any games that I only learn about from the chase, or rather that I haven't played ever, or that I have heard about but I have never played and that are in the chase. I don't know if there's any games like that that I would actually specifically want to play. Not on stream though, but I suppose that's a whole other kind of worms. For now I will merely go ahead and continue on with this little segment anyway, but yes. I'm going to play 5 of these, which should be whichever 5 are after this one, and starting now, which will play for about a minute, and all that good stuff. And maybe they may give themselves away immediately, such as this one does. Fortunately, I don't think that there's a whole lot of N64 music that I need to be paranoid about when it comes to uppity automated systems. And they even give me a chance since I don't really have anything in particular to say about this one. I surreptitiously snack on some of the peanuts that I have with me, which I will probably continue to covertly do over the course of the next few hours, but for now, well, it's been a minute, but this is, yeah. This is Big Thinking Face from 1080 Snowboarding. It's called Call Me. If only all of the tracks in this soundtrack were like this, so forward about revealing their own identity, but... let's move on to the next one here. I don't know why the hell I closed the application that I'm using right now for the stopwatch, but whatever, it's up again. This one's a bit closer to first-party stuff for N64, so it, like, tickles my paranoia bone a little bit more, but I don't think it is a problem after all. This one I feel can be a bit of a trap though, because there's a number of tracks that sound kinda like this, but I think I know which specific one this would be. And I would like to say that Over Extended Silence was me also doing stuff that didn't need to be heard on the stream, but not really. It was just me being lazy. Oh dear. I guess I might as well try to show my confidence by spelling this out before I switch over to the tab. It's DK64, and I think it's a Mermaid Sanctuary placing Gloomy Galleon, and I guess that's correct, because it says Mermaid Palace. Oh yeah, there you go. One of those weirdly specific tracks from a game like this, which you probably wouldn't seen or, I don't know, have attention drawn to them in some VGM-centric thing like the chase is what I would usually expect, but I don't know what my expectations are for a lot of these things at this point. I'm still a little confused as to how many tracks are, like how many variations of the fucking Not Housing Click Lockwood from Banjo-Kazooie exist in the chase, but keep getting screwed over by those when those come up rarely enough. But yeah. Time to play the next one, which differs from the previous two in not sounding like it's from an N64 thing immediately, and also not immediately being something recognizable to my ears. This one I can probably talk about a little bit as to trying to figure out exactly what it could be. I'm guessing maybe fighting game or maybe some kind of anime thing that I would not be aware of at all, but maybe fighting game. Maybe even some kind of obscure Persona type thing that I would also not be aware of, but I don't know. This doesn't sound the right kind of generic overdriven guitar type thing, type sound for me to brand it as Persona confidently. But I feel like the possibility of that is non-zero, but yeah, right now I'm thinking some fighting game that I definitely wouldn't be able to pin down. Maybe something like... I don't think it's anything like Guilty Gear, it also does not sound like the same type of wavelength that all the fucking Guilty Gear stuff is in. So maybe Virtua Fighter? Well, I don't know, but it's been a minute, so time for me to look. Oh, I was completely wrong. One day I'll actually play this game and these kind of stuff will make sense to me, but that day has not yet come. This is Tropical Freeze, it seems. And apparently the name of the track is Punchbowl. Let me listen to that beginning again. If it will actually play. There we go. Yeah, it definitely feels like it wants to turn into a different kind of sound, at least to my ears when I hear that part. But I suppose it's not like, it's not the only track from this game that I'm aware of that sounds kinda like this. There's also like the big top up, but that's pretty much the only track that isn't this one that I'm aware of from this game that actually sounds like this. But yeah. Actually thinking, you know, I kinda mentioned how I was maybe gonna get the Switch version, but I think that I might actually end up fishing around a little bit for the Wii U version of this. I would be able to play that. But the one that I probably would end up getting on Switch if I do get it is Mario 3D World, because of the Bowser's Fury stuff, but anyhow. I don't think they actually added anything different for the Switch version for this game. But yeah. well, that's been that track, which is the third one, so let's move on to the next one now. To one that I think actually sounds, ironically enough, a little bit more familiar than the previous one, even though the previous one would probably be seen as something more well-known as VGM, but I think I know what this one is, because, well, not because actually playing the game, I'm pretty sure, but from specifically trying to pin this down for the chase. A few specific things from this OST. This OST, which I guess in this particular instance, if I am right, technically counts as an expansion. I don't think I have anything more to say about that, though. But given that there's only about 6 seconds left, maybe I can say something like... I sure do hope that something like Age of Mythology does get in soon, because that would be pretty much the only game in this style that I would actually be able to recognize from actually playing it, but this is Age of Empires Tango Alpha Bravo. And apparently this one is sourced specifically from the Rise of Rome expansion. I wonder if... I think I have like a bunch of Age of Empires stuff that I got on Steam at some point, and that's the same like bunch of stuff that I got Age of Mythology with the Steam version, which has that weird Chinese campaign, which controlled so differently from everything else. Apparently I have Age of Empires 2 HD and Age of Empires 3 complete, but I don't see 1, so I wonder how that would work, if at all, on that platform, if I were to play that, but I suppose we shouldn't dwell on that right now, necessarily. So let's see what the last song is. Oh boy. Oh, never mind. I know what this is now. Not because I've played the game, I have yet to do that. I guess I should probably try to do that before too long, but I'm pretty sure I dropped in on somebody else's playthrough of the game a few times, and I do remember hearing this. I don't think I was paying too much attention to the game itself, but I feel like this particular sound does ring a bell. And by ring a bell, I mean I'm pretty sure I know exactly what this is. I suppose I can use the rest of these 30 seconds to quickly look into this. Yeah, I don't really know. I guess I'm gonna take a quick look at the store page itself. What the fuck? There's something called Age of Empires 4, is this real? It's apparently coming out this year, okay. I can't believe I never heard about that, but yeah, I guess Age of Empires 1 Definitive Edition also exists, but that also for whatever reason happens to be one that I don't actually have on my account. Okay. But back to the present, because it's been about 20 minutes over the mark here. Or not minutes, that would be even crazier, but I don't think I've got to that point yet. It's like one time when I said I'm not gonna make a generic response any more than 2,000 words, when I actually meant 2,000 characters. Well, this is Killer 7 Raybon, I'm pretty sure, and I am correct. I still don't know exactly how this game works. I don't even have a memory of a vague notion of how that would be described from that one playthrough that I think I stopped by a few times, because I wasn't really paying that much attention, like I said. I feel like the clearest memory that I have of this game firsthand is not from the game itself, but rather from I think I saw a trailer of this on some GameCube games trailer back in like 2004. Which, strangely enough, I actually got from a trip to London that I had around that time, but anyway. That is in fact what this has been, so let's see what the 6th sort of playout track will be. Oh hey, wouldn't you know it? It's, I believe, oh no, never mind. I was about to say one of the tracks from this game that I wouldn't actually be able to pin down myself. But it is not actually one of those, rather it is one of the ones that I can't like easily pin down just from the first second or so of it. Not until the part that actually sounds like something resembling a main melody kicks in. But when it does, it's a little bit more recognizable. And you know, I'm pretty sure that I made it up to the final boss of this game, playing by myself at least once, but I never actually beat it. And then there's Risk of Raid 2, which I never actually even touched. But at least I remember having some fun with the first one. Risk of Rain, Risk of Rain. I don't know if I would go so far to say something like this type of sound has actively led me to want to listen to other stuff by Chris Totolo, though. It's fine. But on that note, let's go ahead and fade this one out as well. I'd like to imagine that we already heard all that we needed to hear from that loop. Let me bring this one back for just a little bit as I move some stuff on my windows here and also update the metadata for what I'm actually about to, well, I assume play next based on... I was just saying a second ago about my own ignorance about a number of reasonably popular video games, as I always do, because that's a true notion. And oddly enough, that actually also does apply to the thing that I'm about to play here. That's why I have it marked with a blind tag. As usual. I feel like I'm blinder than usual when going into this one, though. And I believe that what I'm about to get started with here can be mostly described as something in the visual novel Persuasion, but even so, I think there's actually some degree of choices that you can do in this. Let me see, I didn't even take this off, though. I should do that now. There we go. And what am I doing? It occurs to me that I kept this, like this actually worked out. This wasn't an issue that I had this like this, but I was actually supposed to switch back to this scene, I think. And I will have to do that now. I suppose it didn't really make a difference when I was doing the guessing stuff, but it will. Maybe it will actually make a difference now. Given that it's going to have to make the configuration for the chat window and the configuration for the game window itself, which I will be bringing up in just a second here. Match up. Guess I'll minimize this completely. And I will do a couple of different things. I'm pretty sure that I have to reconfigure my controller. For some reason, the fucking X-input emulator for the DualShock 4 controller. Oh, this again. You know what? I'm gonna do this right now. I don't even care. I'm gonna switch off of that track for just a moment. Let me see what's after it. Cargo hold from crosscode. Sure, we can listen to that while I'm doing this. I'm gonna open up Audacity. I'm gonna figure out exactly where this bonafide track is, like the actual file. Show in library, I guess? Yeah. Show me the file location, please, if you can. Yeah, there we go, Windows Explorer. Okay, it's there. I guess we're just gonna go ahead and do this. Let's go ahead and amplify. Yeah, it's like really, really quiet. Let me actually pause this for a moment so I can see what this sounds like now. Oh geez, okay. Oh, hold on, that's at full volume though, I think. I think that's technically, and that's also like really, really crunchy. I think I'm still gonna make it a little bit more dampened though, like... That's probably better, yeah. That's not great sound quality, but hey, it's visual novel, so it shouldn't be that surprising. I'm gonna go ahead and re-export it now. As itself in the same folder that it was in, which is this one. Yes, please replace it with all the same metadata. Did I minimize the S for Windows? I did for some reason. Okay, well, that's alright. It's open now, and hopefully it will stay open instead of crashing as it did earlier. Okay, now if I switch back to this one, well, it will at least be a little bit more audible. I think it will be. Because yeah, it should be the... Would have the updated file now. should replay this visual novel sometime, just so I can try and figure out if it's, if it actually sounds this bad on the thing itself. I don't even remember how long it's been. It's been like, fuck, something like 12 years at least since I actually played this for myself. But anyhow, what am I doing? I keep on closing windows that I'm not supposed to. Right now I need to go here. It's not configured in at all, which is actually more convenient because it means that I don't have to deconfigure it in order to start from scratch. I just do this, and hopefully once I do this, everything will work at once. That's a good sound. Can we follow it up with a confirmation that all is working as it should be? Yes, I believe we can. Alright. I'll minimize this and hope that that doesn't cause it to crash. Like I said before, because that would be obnoxious. So there we go. Let's go ahead and fade this out now as I start up the other thing, which after all this time I can't believe that I'm actually playing something from the Chrono series that isn't just yet another playthrough of Chrono Trigger. Let's go ahead and try to make this visible. There we go. Translation made available from Demiforce. I'm pretty sure that much like with Higurashi, this is one of those things where I not really want to bother to read this stuff out, given that there's a ton of text in the game, so better just pay attention. Well, I ran this for like 5 minutes earlier just to make sure that it worked, unfortunately it does. We got the crumbling diary of our long-lost grandfather, though. It's probably gonna transport us into a whole other world. Who knows how metaphorical it actually is. Don't think I need this here anymore. You are a piece of a star that fell from the sky. It seems like a trustworthy piece of information, piece of relation. All you gotta do is close your eyes and whisper your name into the evening sky. Kid. Kid seems like a weird name, but you know, that is apparently what we're going with. Maybe it's a bit of a cultural lack of overlap with that particular word, where they think that the word sounds cool and so they just use it without necessarily knowing what it means. Probably gonna lend itself to some amount of jokes, though. I don't know how many of them are intentional, where you call someone kid and you think that you're referring to them as kid, even though kid is their actual name. I want to tell you, though, I'm not really sure exactly what was going on. I think there's just like a tiny bit of story that I was able to glean from this so far. My little kid and I guess the narrator is someone in the middle are going to do something to Lynx, wherever that is. At least I think that's the correct interpretation of what I was able to glean from this so far, and oh, there's your title screen. Critical Dreamers Le Trésor Interdit, which for some reason isn't French, even though everything else is in English. And speaking of the bizarre presence of French in this script, I'm pretty sure that once we actually button our way past this screen, we can choose Le Text Speed, Le Slow as Le Pew. I'm not even sure what that means, but I chose Le Fast before, so let's choose Le Fast. Now, I assume that this is not going to represent any trouble, so let's get some story here. Perimeter's Counterspell. So Kid is the one with the break that sways gently from side to side in the cool nighttime breeze. There's a magical shield network that covers Lynx's domain. And yeah, there's apparently Kid, Magil, and I, and I'm, like I said, forced to assume from what little I saw that the narrator is the person in the middle here. Who apparently played music. Ended up running into a girl who later joined me, leading me to the beginning of all this. That girl was Kid. Who is a thief, of course, not even 17 years old, already widely renowned as a top professional. And she can cook. Likes to think of herself as a kind of Robin Hood, but that's just not the case. That's a surprise. It's ironic considering that she's a nomad like me. But yeah, a bit of an info dump telling us, yeah, this is totally a nuanced character. We're just gonna lay it on you right now. There's also Magil, who silently emerges from the grove. Magil of the Shadows. Or just Magil, I guess. He somehow knew Kid before I came into the picture. He's a high-class magician of some sort who is about 30, so he's twice her age. He wears a mask at all times, which we can't really see from this angle. Well, at least if I'm interpreting the angle correctly, I'm not even sure I can say anything with too much confidence right now. It's like I know her entire life story compared to how little I know about Magil. Well, does Magil actually speak, I wonder? Get the impression she knows as little about him as I do, even though she apparently knew him before that guy did. Someone wants to say hello. Well, not just someone, but a number of someones, it seems. We're being hunted by a pack of feral cats. Careful, mates. I guess that must be Kid speaking now. These buggers are probably rabid. Saliva drips from their snarling jaws, but to us, we only need to see their eyes. The middle one's stomach gurgles. Are there even enough? Yeah, I guess there are enough if you consider this visual depiction to be accurate. There are 7, so there would be enough for there to be a middle one. We ain't getting out of this one without a fight. Alright, so you actually do get a choice. Straight off. Oh, and I want to say that this... Oh shit. Okay, never mind, I didn't actually select anything. We just ran out of time. I was about to make some kind of comment about how that part of the melody sounded familiar to me, but I couldn't tell you how so. An awesome kick to one of the beasts. Painful howl fills the air, owing to the already heated commotion. Damn it. Well, I guess we didn't really do much this time, so let's actually take the initiative and attack. Lips back with incredible reflexes. Surge behind you. Oh, I guess we must be Surge. Turn around to see that I'm now face to face with a pair of those ravenous yellow eyes. Let's keep attacking. It seemed to work pretty well the first time that we actually did end up doing something, but no. I guess we got overruled just now. I smell the bloody odor of the cat's breath as it passes overhead. Just as I think it's past me, I feel its back claws dig into my back. Alright, we're apparently doing well, however. Sound of death can be heard as the cat falls to the ground before me, barely moving. I lose balance and fall to my knees. I have to shake off the confusion before any of the other cats can get closer. You know, I really feel like when they're written out in prose like this, I can never really keep up with fight scenes. But I guess they're like successfully beating up a number of cats, but there's also a war cry that gives way to an inferno spell. Does that mean that we managed to get all the cats? Maybe. Only one of the pack hasn't been taken care of yet. It bolts, fearing for its life. Now some more cavalry, mate. Says Kid, who I guess we're forced to assume is younger than we are. You need not worry about me, okay, so he does talk. I wasn't quite sure what was going on there, if there was gonna be anything going on there. The affection is just overflowing from that guy. However, I probably shouldn't start complaining now. I've still got a long way to go. Haven't even set foot inside Viper Manor yet. I need a minute or no way, let's go. Well, I guess we were fine. Sure, let's go. Good job back there, mate. Natural labyrinth of wood and rock. I feel like, yeah, if you're stepping in a place that looks like this, like the background here, it's not really what you would call natural. Viper Manor beckons us. Deep within lies a treasure we've come for. Lord Lynx, as he's formerly known, is an aristocrat who governs the Regiona Outlands. He's apparently an old adversary of hers. Our goal is Lord Lynx's most prized possession, a scarlet jewel known as the Frozen Flame. Besides being priceless, some say that this beautiful stone harbors some sort of mystical power. They say many people have sought after the flame, but none have been victorious in stealing it. We will succeed, but I guess Lynx just has it lying around. The way Kid talks about Lynx sometimes sounds like she's got an awfully personal vendetta against him. Well, I'm sure everything will go just fine, given how we handled that encounter back there. Silhouette of a towering mansion finally comes into view through the trees. It's not quite the Spencer mansion. It's more like that weird outward appearance that Magus's Keep had in Chrono Trigger, but that looked kind of quite conspicuously different to how it ended up looking on the inside. Your days are numbered, Lynx. Enter into the West Wing from here. Oh, Magdal said that. But it had been the other person who had been doing most of the talking so far. Our goal is the Frozen Flame, not vengeance on Lord Lynx, even though the way that the narration was talking didn't really seem that way. It seemed like they were after those two things. Ain't gonna be nothing to it, like taking candy from a baby. We'll be out of here before the slimy rat knows what hit him. You low-down good-for-nothing bastard, I'll make you pay. I guess stealing the thing is going to be the vendetta itself, as far as we're concerned. try the right passage? How about the left passage? How about we hug the left wall? Whenever one of these actual choices comes up, I feel paranoid that it's going to time out after what just happened with literally the first one. Passageway twists and turns, stretching deeper and deeper into the mansion. Every single being in this dreadful house, even though the way that they were talking about it just a second ago made it seem like there was only just one. Or they couldn't really tell if there was more than one. Weaver of Fate has surely by now taken notice of us, cradling us carefully in her arms. Well, that came out of nowhere. Yes, this is a thing that we say now. Path splits into 3 directions. A descending staircase. Another passageway lies ahead. Let's take the path on the right, so I guess on that background, Serge was supposed to be in the front and Kid was in the middle and Michael in the back. If I understood the narration correctly. A stained wooden door, sure, let's get in here. Yes, this is a study. Alrighty then. We got somewhere real quick. This huge room is faintly lit by the moonlight shining in through a tall window. In the back of the room stands a large, ornately decorated desk. Row after row of bookshelves house thousands of thick, dusty books. Painting is hung on the rear wall, sharing space with various exotic curios. I'll say I like what I have heard of the soundtrack of this so far. I guess we should check out the desk first, or the painting. Let's look over at the desk first. Drawers contain writing materials and documents arranged in an orderly fashion. They don't seem to contain anything worth mentioning. A small picture in the drawer catches my eye. Probably links his adopted daughter, Kid says. Pedophile. Well, you heard it from the game first. Oh goodness. Behind the door or under the desk? Let's try behind the door, I guess. This one has to be timed. We'll hide behind the door with our backs pressed against the wall. Quivering candlelight spreads in through the doorway. Whoever opened the door doesn't seem to have any intention of entering the room. Thought I heard something. No reason for anybody to be in here though, since the master is away. Still, with those poor southerners on the move, it's better safe than sorry. Well then. Guess that confirms that it's supposed to be the same world. The door closes softly, blanketing the room in darkness once again. The voice becomes more and more distant as the footsteps fade into silence. So Por is up to something, Magel mutters. It's a large country covering the southern continent. I hear it's a pretty well-developed and fairly prosperous place. What would they be after in these outlands? Surely not the frozen flames. Well, I mean, where in the world of Chrono Trigger are we, assuming that it's the same world? In the end, it's just a jewel, a piece of rock. How valuable could it really be? Oh, I wonder. Finally, the passage comes through a 3-way branch. Oh, so I guess can we check out the study again, maybe? Or have we exhausted that place? Let's see. One on the left will take us back towards the terrace. What if we retrace our steps? I mean, yeah, we've seen this already. I guess we can see it again. Sure. Maybe this time we will not be interrupted. We don't have time for this. I'm only searching up places because this is stupid. We need to get a move on, but... I mean, we're already here, but I guess we're automatically kicked out, maybe. Something ain't right. Part of the wall moved. That's not a tile at all. It's armor. Hey there, Mr. Goblin. Oh boy. is that what happened there? The massive goblin squares up with us coming out into full view, so was there a goblin just waiting in this room? Disguised as some kind of armor fixture? The amount of 4 in all. And I guess they didn't notice us at all when we were here the first time, though. We've already blocked off all the escape routes in this tight corridor. Or maybe they weren't in the study itself, but in the corridor outside of it. Alright, well, no one will ever figure out that we're in the house now. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee, a word she lives by here in the thick of combat. I have to imagine that the Japanese script didn't necessarily say that originally. I mean, can we do the same thing? Might as well give it a try. If Kid can do it, so could I. Alright, I suppose that worked out. Did you do that? I mean, maybe you could have picked up its weapon when it was distracted, but not anymore. I get the feeling that this is gonna be more practical. It hardly stuns the adrenalized warmonger, oh boy. So that didn't work. Well, it kind of worked, just in a slightly more, what do you call it, I guess delayed way than we were expecting. Alright, that worked out. Yeah, nobody will ever figure out that we're in the mansion now. Well, we could try to go back to the study yet again, but I guess we're not actually going to be able to do much there. One on the left will take us back towards the terrace. I guess we can just keep going straight here and see where that takes us. Or the place that we would have gone if we had ended up going straight when first going through the passageway. Now let's check it out. Let's do this the Resident Evil way. Strangely enough, I'm pretty sure this released the same year as Resident Evil 1. I don't know if it actually predates it though. Seems to be Viper Manor's ballroom, even though it doesn't really seem like there's a lot of room to dance, just a single organ. Countless number of candles provide a soft flickering luminescence to the room. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this for my own purposes. I don't remember what the screenshot button is. I'll just do this. Various portraits have been hung high up on the walls depicting all sorts of well-dressed people. Too bad we can't see any of them. They're They're high quality oil paintings, you'll have a similar sort of morbid gaze in their eyes, though. Who could these be? Lynx's relatives, maybe. Portrait of a young lady in a pink dress catches my eye. She looked at me just then. Well. I'll better dwell on this. This room's bloody strange. I suggest we look elsewhere. Okay. So that's a couple of different rooms that we've ended up going to and abandoning, so I guess we actually are going to go to a place that seemed like it was going to be kind of counterintuitive and go to the stairs that lead down, I guess. I stretch out my hand in front of me to try and feel for something, but there's only the moist feeling of these grimy stone walls. So much for the guy that was hanging around here that ostensibly was the keeper of the house. A huge stone archway to the right, we can see a narrow path twisting into the darkness. Let's try the stone archway. Maybe we should go for the more ostentatious looking place first. I hear about these things, they're called atriums. A background set looks like they came out of Harvester. See the bottom of the pond, how deep it is. I feel like the way that it's being depicted in the actual visual here makes it look not very deep. How would you fucking dip your hand in the pool anyway? Piranha, well. Water level has started to overflow onto the floor. Well, so it's the same kind of death trap as in Uninvited. Get back to the staircase, maybe? I mean, it seems like that would probably be the easier thing to manage. If you would manage to sink your teeth into me before I can get away. Tell you, klutz. But there we go. We're sure out of there now. Don't really have much of a reason to go back there, I would presume. That rat bastard. We're coming for you, Lynx. Even though you got us even without us catching the slightest glimpse of you. Was this here before? This weird green man looking sculpture. Is it a mouth of truth? It's a mouth of truth? I mean, what is that? If you're given to lying, a mouth of truth will know it if you put your hand into its mouth. Are we gonna try that now? See, you do it, I say. Well, nothing seems to be happening. You know, guess I pass a test. It can't be all there is to it. How many pounds do you weigh? Oh boy. Yeah, better idea to... What a good idea to just fucking... cripple your companion's limbs. Without saying something truthful to the best of one's ability, a mouth of truth will never let go. Also, why the fuck are we doing that? Seems like a stupid idea at this point. Didn't even have a choice here. We were forced to get fucking chewed up by the statue no matter what, or let one of the characters be. Didn't put anything inside the mouth, did you, kid? behind its teeth is a large pink tongue. What? Maybe it wants us to put something on its tongue. Maybe that's a real test. How much stuff could she be possibly carrying with her? Small cerebral mirror, the file, the centipede, the lipstick, the special raisins. I mean, apparently only one of these would be edible. I'm forced to assume so, maybe the special raisins. What's for emergency rations? Well, are you gonna eat them now? Okay then. Can we literally just feed it all of these things? The centipede. What would that be good for? Fishing line? What a silk fishing line taken from a royal silkworm. I guess we're not necessarily actually getting rid of these things. Alright. Oh, but the thread is gone. Wait, did we actually manage to get something out of it, or did we lose everything? Oh. Oh, okay. We managed to not lose anything so far, so... I suppose there is in fact something in there. What's that of tooth decay here? Oh. Yes, I might as well try everything, even though I have no idea what we're really going to accomplish. The Marmoreal Mouth of Truth. Well, the file is very much still an option, so yeah, I get the feeling that we're going to be able to try all of these. So we'll just go through the whole list. You were carrying around the centipede with you this entire time. Why do you keep losing my stuff? Well, what haven't we tried? The lipstick, the explosive, and the scroll. Apparently we keep losing the stuff even though we just have all of it as options. We go back to the menu. The huge explosive seems like something that wouldn't be as easy to consider that we haven't used it up though, but let's see what happens. Ball of gunpowder, nothing happens. You know, blow up the inside of the mouth. You know, blow it open. These remains of the cracked mouth of truth. Oh. apparently it's a tedious remains, even though it seems like it's all very much in one piece as we first found it. What about the leather scroll? Secret ninja training techniques. Imperial Code Chart Primer. Well, we've tried everything at this point and apparently nothing worked. So we'll give up. None of these things are what it wants. There has to be something in the mansion that fits. Probably haven't found it yet. I guess that might be the puzzle here. Alright, Liza's truck is going up. Start of a dark passageway is directly ahead. Let's head down the passageway because we already know that if we head back we're gonna run into the fucking piranha pool, I guess. There's a beautifully ornate set of doors on the right. There's a distinct smell of flowers coming from here, I mean, sure. Come to a comfortably decorated room. But it's still oppressive. It's still very much an uninvited moment. But it's Lynx's daughter's room in the basement. The warm teacup, doesn't that, wouldn't a warm teacup hint that somebody was using this room just a little while ago and might probably come back here? No one is found. Except for one person walking across the mirror now. Guess that must be us. I guess Serge is the guy in the back and Kid is the... God, they look like the freaking... the characters from the Game Boy Advance Sims games. Can we try to open the box? I guess. That was for some reason that we haven't figured out yet actually had attention drawn to it. Alright. I don't know what that's really gonna do for our exploration of this place, though. Can we go back into the room that we just came from? Surely that won't trigger another encounter. No, apparently we can't go back there. Let's head to the right. This is technically, yeah, the one end of this place that we haven't finished exploring yet. Okay, so Lynx, and I guess we are forced to assume his daughter to in fact live in the basement. That seems weird. It's a very dilapidated room. Furniture is thrown about in all directions and almost nothing matches. No sense of harmony whatsoever. It's very suggestive of a chaotic mind. I mean, would that be a mirror? Please avoid reckless interference. It'll certainly start to fall off on its own, and yeah. It was a mirror, wouldn't you know it? Did it just leap off all by itself? Looks to be a high-priced arabesque antique, so does Arabia exist in the Chrono Trigger world? All of a sudden, the reflection of one of the objects stares at us through the mirror. And it really is like uninvited. There's something you seek, sure. Maybe we might as well be honest. It's a mirror of whispers. A looking glass that harbors a living spirit. It is free to roam through nearby mirrors, able to see into our everyday lives. They're known to be quite wise. Well, how convenient for us. If we can ask only these things. What do we do? Does Maya not object to this? The mirror fades into darkness. I don't know, I mean, I don't know if Miguel can tell us anything other than about the mirror, so maybe rely on Kit's intuition this time, with her thieving genius able to find a needle in a haystack. Wait, what? Okay, well. Well, that didn't really produce anything new for us to use. Oh, so we actually can go back into the... This is Riedel's room. I guess we might as well go back into the room, because apparently if we just left the room before, we can't go right back into it. But if we come across it again, we can go back into it. Yes, we've already read that part. Breeze, and also a leaf that's carried into the room by the wind. That window wasn't open before, oh boy. I don't know what's just in here, but that's apparently just going to prompt us to leave. Shall we go to Lynx's quarters again? It seems like these places at least will not result in us getting into encounters. The only redeeming point is that mirror of whispers in the corner, which apparently has been covered up again. Maybe we... I guess the implication maybe is that we ended up replacing the cloth once we left. Well, we already asked about Magil. Why only one? Well, in that case, might as well. Yeah, why only one is a question in and of itself. So that's like a complete bait right there. You have interest in my past. When blazes are you? Well, it's probably been 300 years already since I was crafted in the realm of the looking glass. That we never heard about before. It's the flip side of this world. The objective contents of thoughts. So that was Michael talking. I traveled far and wide throughout many lands. I came here with a kindred spirit, but now I am alone, so... Is there another mirror like this in the house, maybe? Well, I guess we better keep that in mind, but I get the feeling that we're also not going to be learning much more from that room. Well, let's actually keep on walking this time, not go into the set of doors. I feel like there's just one main turn that we haven't actually checked out yet. Let's go back up the stairs and go back up to like the actual entrance of the mansion. Dark corridor, terrace. Let's go back towards the terrace, because I'm pretty sure that we turned left immediately. What if we go the other way this time? Maybe go out into the terrace? I don't remember if we dwelled on the terrace itself before. Oh, just like going right back outside, maybe. Talk a little bit, kid, with Maggle. I get the feeling that Maggle will not necessarily yield anything, so let's try this before we head back in. We go get that bastard. He's in here somewhere, I'm sure of it. How long we'll be right on top of your links? And apparently we just keep on remarking about how she's cute. Alright, let's just immediately head back in and go in the other direction. I get a feeling that there isn't actually a time limit or turn limit or anything like that here, but let's try the right passage this time. Is there only one door, or can we keep on heading down the passage now? No one's there, so let's head inside. I mean, not getting caught is probably a good thing to aim for at this time. Seems like this is the inner mechanism of a clock tower. The gears look old and rusted and cogs are spinning randomly without connecting up with their properties. We're grabbing a sword now. I mean, other than play with the sword, what are we gonna do in here? Oh, somebody else spoke just now. Who's there? Oh shit. Seems to be a short old woman with a large hood over her head. Although fully covered, it's obvious she's quite old. It's just some old hack, it says. Well, I haven't come here this late in the evening to drop in on some friends, I'd imagine. Perhaps you have some sort of score to settle with Master Lynx, even though maybe this is the same person that checked in on the library before. I don't think any of these are necessarily going to give a good result, so maybe we can play dumb. Who's this Lynx bloke? I don't know anyone stupid enough to go up against someone like that. That's what we're going with right now. Well, what if we continue to be stubborn here? It's just that Viper Manor has seen more than a few unwelcome guests over the years. So what, she just believes that we're supposed to be here now? Does that mean that we shouldn't have got in there? I don't know. I mean, the preview for the room specifically said that there wasn't anyone inside. But let's proceed to the right. Let's see what else we can find there. Staircase going up, and firm looking set of doors on the left. I mean, sure. But it's locked. So you're a bunch of thieves, but you don't actually have something to pick locks with or anything? Bet Lynx got it stashed up in his room somewhere, the bastard. Alright, we can't mess around with the door anymore, it seems, so let's just go up the stairs. Old but solid doorways rose silently. Sure, I mean, what could possibly go wrong every time that we've actually encountered something else so far? It's ended well for us, clearly. The hell kind of room is this? Ontla Monger. Siadragoon Sni Hey Encha. Sore Order 2 Proof. Oh boy. What could the thing that I feel like I'm most interested in figuring out what that means is the other half of the Sia word. Feels like maybe that's supposed to relate to location, but how do I know what? And the door slams shut. Oh boy. So is this a little bit like that death trap in the Uninvited? Yet again, I'm reminded of that game where you just walk into a cell, a prison, and the door just shuts on you and you can't escape and you die. But apparently this time things are a little bit different. Well, we can't really do anything. Try to stop the ceiling or break through the wall, try to run the door. I think like trying to run the door is probably gonna be, yeah. Might yield slightly better results than trying to break the wall. The door is far too heavy. Bollocks. Well, damn. Okay. Gut-wrenching sounds of the blades meeting the stone floor. Wow, that could have been us. That freaking Resident Evil death trap could have been a complete triple-decker sandwich. So this is the torture chamber. So the bedrooms are in the basement and the torture chambers are up in the towers, then. Oh, Acacia Dragoons. I guess we must assume that that's what the Sia word was supposed to be. There were once an elite force serving General Viper, a powerful man who used to rule the western territory of Gersbule. I don't know. Naturally, none of these things are things that sound familiar to someone who's on the blade Chrono Trigger. They were defeated more than 10 years ago by the very hands of Lord Lynx. By the looks of things, we have apparently found a resting place. Hold on. I want that there. Well, get the feeling that the door down here is still going to be locked, though. What a shame. Well, we've pretty much been to a number of places now. I guess there's really only one place that we haven't necessarily... Yeah, let's go towards the terrace. One place that we haven't necessarily actually completely finished exploring, and that's a room with all the piranhas. Let's open the door here. Go back in the clock tower area, even though our first foray ended with us saying that there wasn't anything left to find in here. I get the feeling we're not gonna be finding anything more right now. There. Alright, let's go back over to that place that I was thinking of. The place, the atrium. go back to the ballroom, but I'm pretty sure we also did not find anything there. Well, might as well try it. The other time that we... The time that we tried to go back into the study, though, we ended up triggering an encounter, so... Oh boy. Are we gonna trigger an encounter here too? A barely audible voice of some kind can be heard far up ahead. Thin blue monster. Oh, this guy. Isn't this the same guy that was depicted in the statue in the atrium, maybe? It's a demon warlock. Well, let's size it up first, I guess. Do the scan move. Rush it before it has time to finish, that seems like it might be a good idea. Apparently it can counter with its scythe. This thing's no match for us, but I mean it has a huge scythe and it has magic. I don't think that's what it's trying to do, no. That's your own damn fault for letting it do that. Well, gee, that was exciting. I'm barely hurt at all, even though we got our cheek grazed. Well, we had to get into an encounter just to be able to come in here, so might as well follow through with that. No one's here still, but we can look at it again. And we still think the spooky paintings are moving. Do we even get the same rationalization text? Alright, I guess we're not heading back there. Let's take the stairs again. I mean, we found 2 rooms that turned out to be death traps, but... I suppose we are now heading back towards one of them, because I don't know what else to really do. I'm pretty sure that the path on the way to the atrium is the one that had the face that I guess we need to feed something. There's no way in hell I'm going back there to be eaten alive, huh? So I guess the only thing that we can come back to here is the Mouth of Truth. I'm pretty sure that we tried each and every one of these things already and it didn't work out. I guess that must be our objective right now, trying to figure out what it does want. Maybe we could try going back to the bedrooms that apparently are on the same level here. Feels like these are the few... like among the very few places that actually yielded more than one thing, as we went back into them on repeat occasions. Well, let's see. The other room gave us the same response as on the second attempt, but what about this one? Can we talk to the mirror once again? Ask about links? Oh yeah, I guess we could actually ask even more questions of this thing. Could do the gag just for the hell of it, why not? Alright. 6659, what? Yeah, what kind of measurements are those? Height, shoe size, and ring size. 10 centimeters? Alright, I get the feeling that we're gonna have to keep on getting... yeah. Migrated to another mirrors. I mean, apparently we have a mirror with us, so I wonder if we can get the spirit to come with us that way. Seems to be like the most useful thing that we've found so far. What if we don't go into the doors, we go right back towards the room that we were just in? Yep, apparently every single time that we end up going back in here we can repeat the question thing. Ask about links. I think that we should maybe try to learn about links first. Let's go inside Lynx's mind right now. Be so kind and find him by yourselves. Well... I don't know if that's what I had in mind. That would have been a better idea to ask the mirror, but... oh well. Wait, what? Wind. We gotta... yeah, I guess we're gonna get another random encounter. A poltergeist. I wonder if there's like a fixed number of these that we can get, because it seems like we do get them just like every so often just by moving around. Are we supposed to fight something that doesn't even have a body? Well, typically magic works. I don't know. What am I going to do in the meantime? Try to escape? Dissolves into a haze as its body expands, diluting the air all around me. Translucent body turned in half. Oh, did the ghost get... okay, never mind, I guess we probably just either escaped or ended up dealing with the ghost somehow. Yeah, let's go inside this time. That's the only thing that we haven't asked yet. If there's something, more like if there's something that we probably should grab from this room. Berlin smokes and takes shape into a picture of a large room decorated with rows of blocks. Okay, there we go. Key you seek as you see before you rest within this room. Within a large purple book, you shall find the item you so desire. So now I guess I was gonna try to, after I exhausted everything, assuming that it didn't immediately give me a reason. Just gonna try going to the study. Be careful, they know. I mean, we try to be kind to the mirror, so surely it wouldn't betray us. Well, we know, if we know what direction the study is in, that's probably the best option, right? A stained wooden door. Also reminds me of like the Echo Knight games, which are pretty interesting games that I'll probably also want to play on here sometime. Where did that crazy mirror say we could find it on some kind of purple book? I thought towards the rear. So let's... Oh, the purple book in the back, okay. They have to be specific with that list. Old brass key falls out of the book, hit in the ground with a clank. Maybe we're supposed to like fit the key to the statue and that's how we're gonna find out where the hidden treasure is. Because apparently, yeah, we can't stay in the study itself after we grab that thing. There's probably only one way we can try this in, and that's the place that I just mentioned, so let's head there immediately. So I guess maybe now the key will be counted as one of the personal effects. No, apparently we... Well, we've tried using all of these once, so maybe we try something else this time. We already knew that there was something there, yeah. There's some sort of paper there. We can fill it with the fishing thread, but... Yeah, I was gonna see that no matter what we use, it's going to give us the same result as the first time, though. Oh, what? Oh, we can actually do this? I didn't realize. Well, let's do it. What does dual mean, I wonder? And what button can we access that with? Why? That's it. But yeah, I don't know about this thing. Where can we possibly use it? Apparently the big mouth itself is not the place. Oh, wait a minute, I know where the place might be. Actually, there was literally a locked door that we weren't able to go into, so let's head back over there. That might actually make more sense, but I mean, I would still obviously want to figure out what exactly we need to bring to the mouth to get it to react or to get whatever it is that we need from it. Guess the enchanted lock is somewhat of a justification for why they couldn't have just picked that. An awesome spectacle. Palm-sized jewel radiates a pale crimson light. A roaring flame that's somehow been frozen in time, even though... How can it be frozen and roaring at the same time is what I'm wondering, like... I want to describe whatever this is as a flame. Can't afford falling into a trap, I guess. Yeah. It does seem to be trapped. Oh, okay. Search party got the frozen flame. Way to go, Maggle, except the gem shatters into 1,000 pieces in Maggle's hand. It's a fake. Oh, okay. But apparently shattering that one did still make an alarm bell ring out. Oh. Oh, that's why. Well, at least we got the golden crown for our trouble. That dim-witted dingo. What was she supposed to sound? Australian and not British? I don't really have any way of telling just from the spelling. More mechanical birds suddenly come to life. Are we gonna have to fight again? Are we actually gonna get to hear the inhabitants of the mansion this time? Well, the inhabitants aren't just the monsters that just pop up out of nowhere. Over in the far corner there's an empty treasure chest behind the post. So what, we actually did manage to hide before whoever it is that came in here actually did get in here. 5 goblins bedecked in armor, having unlocked the iron bars and standing just a few feet away. Maybe a rat set it off. Wasn't it stray cats that the cook was complaining about, so what did I guess kid must be... that must be fucking... yeah, I mean, I didn't even have to finish that sentence, it's kind of obvious. A vicious heckran though, how does that even sound like? Run, run, run. Is it supposed to sound like that? Yeah, it was kind of silly to imagine that this would end the other way at that point. Gonna save her or save myself? Let's try to save her, maybe. I mean, we managed to beat off some goblins before. And apparently they all know about Kid at least. But yeah, what happens now? Are we actually gonna be fighting, or is this all gonna happen in only one static way? Don't confuse us with just any ordinary goblins. You're Lynx's elite security force, the magical gobbler team. Chant gobbler attack. Well, they seem to have the exact same appearance as the other goblins that we fought before. So there. Yeah, big surprise, apparently the Black Mage is gonna be the savior of the day here. Oh, I'm not gonna make it. Well. Well, that was, I guess, my fault. I ended up running out of time. I can't end up like this. Let's try parrying this time. Well, that was even worse than the dodge. Michael's Black Wind spell streaking out from his fingertips. Does that mean that Michael is secretly somebody that we've met before? How can a human have such power? Let's ram the bastard this time. Well, that didn't work. Apparently no matter what we try to do though. It's not gonna be very effective until Michael comes into it. Or Kid. We just suck. Let's try dodging this time. Do we have to like repeat these sequences until we like get the right order of commands? Glory to the magical gobblers, says the last of the goblins. Because apparently we're not being very effective ourselves at dealing with the goblins. We just have to rely on the others. We didn't really end up in great shape there. Worked out pretty well though. I mean, I guess we're all alive. It would technically be considered as working out pretty well. You say they were Lynx's personal guards, yeah? Well, maybe they would have something useful on them. It's a hand-shaped medallion of some sort covered in arcade-looking symbols. A key. It unlocks a certain magical seal. Be a ways to leave all this loot behind, though. I mean, we did end up stealing a crown, I guess. Well, what do we do now? We failed to get the flame because all we discovered was that it was a fake. Maybe we can go up the stairs and take another look around in here, even though I don't know if anything's really gonna be that different. Oh yeah, we got... I guess we got something else. We got the thing that's apparently supposed to open another. Magical seal. We came to the only door upstairs that was discovered to be a death trap. You're not a masochist or something, are you? So we can't really go back up that tower. Can we try to go into the vault again? Treasure can wait. We must first find the frozen flame. Well, let's go and look over all the rooms again, I guess. Nope, apparently the clock tower is going to return the same description every time that we look at it again. Well, let's try going out into the terrace real quick just to see if we can get any more dialogue out of this. Alright, so that didn't really yield anything new either. Let's stay... well, let's go back into the left passage. We're not really staying anywhere. Let's see, the ballroom and the study I feel are just completely empty at this point. We could try, but like, even if we go down... Let's try all these rooms, if only because I don't really know where we're supposed to be going right now. We get another random encounter, and I'm also kind of wondering if that dialogue that we got in the terrace just now means that we actually do have to be careful about not fucking up too much during the random encounters, or we actually end up dying, maybe. But speaking of that, we got something else. A skeleton. Examine it? I mean... oh no. has sandwiched me between it and the wall, but not sandwiched. It's trying to viciously bite into me. Alright, I guess we didn't get hurt too bad there. Oh no, the skull has climbed down into my hood. Rip my hood off. Provoke the skull into biting at my fingertips. Okay then. Wait, did we end up dying there? Like, for real? So, I died. I guess I didn't do too well in the... trying to hold on to our own. And let's go back into this. I wasn't even sure if that was going to be possible, but I guess this also means that we can implicitly go back to the terrace and talk to Magil to see how we're doing as far as the how much health we have left, maybe. Let's see. Let's take the stairs. I have to remind myself we're in the Mansion Weaver. It also probably means that we should rotate saves. Well, we have to go back. I think that we're at the point where we already acquired the treasure key. Let's go out into the terrace for a moment. I wonder if there's like a way to like restore your health. Or do something to do some maintenance to yourself. What if we try talking with Magil now, because that's pretty much how we were able to figure out the thing. Goodness. Aside from a few cuts and bruises I've managed to give myself, okay, so yeah, this is basically for trying to keep track of how much health you have left. Only there was a way to restore that, but apparently only Serge can be the one who ends up dead, though. So maybe that means that he should try to protect himself and not even try to protect his friends. So maybe we can try a repeat of the stuff that we did on the treasure vault area. But not actually try to go out and rescue what's her face again. Like actually try to hide ourselves. So let's go through this again. Wonder if I can save here. Yeah, I can. Let's go through the sequence and try to have the variations go a little bit more differently this time, I guess. This also reminds me a little bit of another adventure game that I might try to do another playthrough of. Because I've never actually beaten that game, but I've done a few playthroughs of it called Theresia on the DS, where it's an adventure game, but you can actually run into traps in the environment and end up taking damage and shit, and if you, well, obviously if you run out of health you die, but at least in that game it's really quite easy to restore your own health. You get a bunch of items to do that with, but I wonder if that's possible in this one at all. I'm guessing that the better idea here is to actually disarm it, or else you end up taking more damage. Okay, so maybe the way that we're supposed to read into this is that we're gonna get our asses kicked if we take on the goblins head on. So we're supposed to stay hidden and maybe, yeah. Wait for a better opportunity. Wait, yeah, leave this to Kid and Maggle while checking on the situation outside. Damn it. So we are gonna have to actually make these decisions. Even though it's really not very clear what the better choices would be in these decisions. Let's see. Well, we can make another updated save here, so I might as well do that. Yeah, we're the elite Goblin Honor Guard. Sure, get enough time to get your asses kicked. Let's try parrying the first one. I guess maybe parrying yields a slightly better result. Let's try to roll over and dodge it this time. The Air Bolt strikes me square in the back, standing me clear of my feet. Yeah, it seems like no matter what happens here, you're still gonna get fucking destroyed. Cries of pain are unbearable. Let's try dodging this time. Somehow I managed to dodge safely. I fall off balance and hit the ground with a thud. Okay, so is it actually random? What? Maybe now we'll try to roll over and dodge it. Airball strikes me square in the back. Okay, so every time we try to roll over and dodge that time, we ended up in worse shape. Alright. Ended up getting our asses kicked by goblins yet again, and I think we're still in pretty bad shape, all things considered. Well, no matter what you do here, you're still gonna end up doing the fight sequence. Well, I suppose the first thing that we want to do is go back out to the terrace and check in our own state, because I think that we got beat pretty badly yet again. We already know that there's nothing in the clock tower storage room. There's nothing up in the death trap on top of the tower on the right. Let's go out again and talk to Maggle, which seems to be the way that we check on what our health is. bit injured, haven't you? Yeah. So we're still in the same bad state that we're gonna potentially die in the skeleton encounter if we get that again. Well, let's... What about if we talked with her after we... Okay, it's the same thing. Just checking. Right, I think we tried to go towards the study before, so let's see. Can we get there? Alright, apparently this time we can get there before we trigger the other skeleton battle. I guess we can go... I guess what we probably should do is go down the stairs and go directly toward the spooky Mouth's. I mean, if it's the exact same list of things, then I'm pretty sure that there is stuff that we... Oh no, the hand-shaped plate, I guess. That's what we got. I didn't realize that the plate that we got from the Goblin Guards, I guess, was hand-shaped, but there we go. I guess we figured out where to go then. Next. It's a perfect fit. Apparently a pious being such as this may roll its eyes from time to time. Oh, maybe that disarmed the trap in the atrium. Okay, I guess the atrium part that had the piranhas in it was actually an open area in the middle of the hallway. Well, I guess we're going to a new fork in the road here, so might as well take the left path. An old-looking door with a brass handle. Locked door. Damn. This leads to the catacombs, says the guy, even though... Guess only the smell in the air can lead us to try and assert that. Alright, let's try somewhere else. Let's keep it going forward, I guess. Because we know that the other one of those directions that we can take is backtrack. Descending staircase, sure. I mean, it's the only way to continue on forward. We can go left or right, but both paths look equally dismal. Can we save here? We can't save here. I want to keep on saving, honestly. Plaque has been hung above the door frame. As long as we don't end up running into other monsters that are gonna destroy us in one fell swoop. Single goblin, that's a goblin, sits in a chair humming to himself. Doesn't seem hostile in the least. Quite a radical young lady. My name is Esmeld. I do hate to keep my guests standing at bay. Sure. Let's look at Kid, I guess that would probably be more characteristic. Jewel doesn't want anything to do with this. Guess we're gonna play along with this. Himalayan chimpanzee, what? Sure. That could possibly go wrong after all. The wounds are being healed. Oh shit, there we go. That works. I guess we do actually get a few occasions on which we can get our health back. That's nice. Certainly the key to the catacombs has to be around here somewhere. Whether I remember where it is, however, that's a different story. I guess we can try to be nice. Let's try to be steadfast still. Secret collection of kids' photos, well, I don't know who that would benefit more. With this, change your mind. But I think it's nothing material, well. Didn't wish to harm you. Well then, I guess that he's wanting our life was actually something that he said in earnest. I enjoy chatting with the many types of visitors that we have in the mansion. You must have plenty of interesting stories to tell. Look highly on unique stories and have been known to reward such storytellers. On one particular evening, a small girl walked through a dark, dreary forest. The girl had searched anywhere and everywhere for the golden sunflower, the only cure for her mother's illness, so sure. And so, after walking endlessly, the sunflower was nowhere to be found. I guess we're playing very limited AI dungeon now. One evening, a girl walked through the forest, searching for the only cure for her mother, the golden sunflower. She still hadn't come across the sunflower. She came across a gold light shining in a clearing. It was the golden sunflower. She crushed a few of the seeds into a drink and fed it to her mother. Getting better, the two lived happily ever after. Oh, okay. That was easy. I suppose you could say there is something more that I wish for. I mean, long ago when I was a young, foolish lad, I was involved with General Viper's daughter, Miss Riddle. You didn't know. Miss Riddle's true father was General Viper. For the sake of harnessing the power of the frozen flame, Lord Lynx abducted Miss Riddle, taking her as his own daughter. Within that strange rock lies a strong mental connection to this particular mistress, really. So I have resided here all these years, silently waiting for the right time to exact revenge on Lord Lynx for taking my dear Miss Riddle from me. You have come here to slay him, have you not? I mean, not necessarily. We came for something else that might not have to involve that. Hearing these things from a goblin who's supposed to be defending Viper Manor, it makes me wonder if I'm dreaming. Betcha green hours, that's her plan, alright, he says then. There is still something you got that I want. How about some more of that great tea of yours? Well, okay. Is there anything else? Yes, we got a key, but it's not very clear whether or not it's supposed to. Well, hold on, let me save again. Now that we got our health back, probably use that slot next. Ostensibly got our health back, I mean. Let's proceed on through, because I think there were technically 2 ways that we could have gone in this deepest passageway here. I smell home cooking. And this would be the one corner that we can actually enter that we haven't actually gone into yet. Rat hangs in a cage of a corner, but aside from that, it's a pretty average kitchen. And some grub? Sure. I mean, do we decide what our reaction will be or what our perception will be? Stew's warmth flows all through us. I feel great. Okay, so we can heal ourselves there. Quite shrill voice echoes out. Seems to be coming over by the cage. What an independent young lad. Are all the boys wearing braids these days? What's that supposed to mean? Are they referring to kid as a lad? You're a girl, not a boy. On my way to the kitchen this morning to bring home some food for my mother, goblin seized me and trapped me here in this cage. Can I eat the rat? Well, brother, help me. I mean, sure, why not? This can't be fishy at all. You really are a bunch of fools. Well, which apparently going to grow into a griffin, which was in the form of a rat and being kept in a cage for some reason. Just in time for lunch. Well, at least we did save right before this. Hit the deck, jump back, let's try hitting the deck. I'm not sure about its blow, but now I'm cornered into the back of the room. The griffin suddenly loses balance on the slippery floor and comes crashing to the ground. Now who's stupid? Well, Lied already, you bugger. I mean, I don't know if I can lie as readily anymore now. Let us hear what he has to say, Michael says. One day you two may find yourselves within my situation, caged in on all sides. If such a fate comes to pass, remember these directions and your life shall be spared. Right 3 steps, left 2 steps, right 2 steps, and then you'll see. We're gonna take a screenshot of this. Right 3, left 2, right 2. Griffin transforms back into a rat, scurrying off into a crack in the wall. I mean, I get the feeling that getting that information is probably a good move. Should mean we can maybe go back, go back into the kitchen area and heal ourselves again. We'll be taken back to the atrium. Heading straight, we'll go to the catacombs, and I think that we have the key to the catacombs now, so I don't know what else the last key that we received was supposed to be for. So I'm forced to assume that it's this here, this place. Hold on a moment. Did I mess something up? Oh no, I didn't. I had messed something up a while ago. We find ourselves in a long hallway flanked by rows of countless jail cells. Gorba, Merkit Surrender. What could these names relate to? Old man sits in solitude, quietly mumbling to himself. It was all because of me. We lost one of the dragoons, Miss Riddell, even the general. Forgive me, please. He has constructed a wall around himself. Well, could it be like the wall in Pink Floyd's famous album? A wall used for shielding one's mind from reality. After being exposed to horrific events, tremendous amounts of pain and guilt has this effect on a person. He has made a safe world inside his own mind where he retreats into. From there, he refuses to acknowledge anything he does not want to admit. Strange. Does this make sense? I guess. I mean, maybe if you talk about it like waiting for the worms, like... We rarely see the walls we're trapped within. Given time, some can come to understand and possibly even break free of these shortcomings. The mind revealing itself to itself. So put in a slightly simpler way, he's spaced out. Somehow or another we may yet find a way into this man's mind. He was talking about the situation, the Dragoons, Riddell, General Viper. Even though it's not really clear, like, at the time that this takes place, when these events were set. I mean, evidently some of a good chunk of the people that were involved in that are still around. I have a feeling his knowledge will prove to be useful, but, I mean, what are we supposed to do about it? Have to put an end to this, or... I don't think that putting an end to this is a good option, so I guess we're just gonna say nothing. Must find a way to reach beyond his wall. For every locked door there exists a key, so to speak. We'll never make any progress with this man until we know what lies in his past. I do not know either, but I'm gonna wax Freudian or something like that. There's at least one person in Viper Manor who does. Riddell, maybe? Are we gonna actually go back to that room and try to talk to her? Is that our want? Let's go back to the atrium. Pungent odor of dead fish here. This would just be the dead piranhas. It's not supposed to be an actual... Oh wait, never mind. We actually are back in this place. Archway will take us back to an upward staircase that eventually links us and Riddell's quarters. Let's continue on. So we actually do go back to that area with that statue. Thought that was actually kind of leading into another random encounter type thing, but... You only need to move one more time. We're going to put beautifully ornate set of door on the right, so you have to get set of doors on the right. And I guess this time we're actually going to try to make contact with the person who presumably occupies this room. I guess. It's Lynx's adopted daughter, Riddell. It has to be her. Alright, maybe now we're gonna get some kind of story. Was kept in a kingdom to the north for centuries. It could guide people and change history, all while somehow remaining elusive to those who sought it, or so I have heard. My father was taken advantage of by Lynx, unable to realize his true intentions. Struck down by his alleged friend, my father was robbed and left for dead. Averting her eyes, Riddell buries her face in her hands. I didn't know Lynx was behind all this, but at the time he took me into custody, I was just a child. But it's not like we can see very clearly what she looks like now. So she's not a big fan of the idea of... that stone. Suddenly Michael comes forward to speak. Do you know of the old man who currently is locked away in the catacombs? Because of him, my father, my dear Surrender. Oh, is Surrender the general, I guess? Oh, that's what she looks like then. I know the man of whom you speak. He's an Acacia Dragoon, is he not? It was before he spent countless days and nights locked up in the torture chamber, losing his mind as well as his identity in the process. Remember the day they removed him from the dreadful room, beaten within an inch of his life. That torture chamber you speak of is the room upstairs with the trap ceiling, correct? Oh yeah, I guess he's the one that wrote that stuff on the wall. Perhaps we may find a clue to his faster. Well, we found the writing on the wall. If you must search that room, be sure you have the Iron Lancer with you before you do. A holy white sword created long ago by ancient sages, along with its demonic brother, the Masamune. Okay, we didn't hear about this at all before. Acacia Dragoon's most prized weapon. Once glided through the air in Sorandor's hand, shimmering like a star. Now, however, the Dragoons are all but extinct, and the sword has been stored somewhere in this mansion as though it was some sort of trivial memento. I think we've already seen it. It is much more than a common sword. Shielded by its magical enchantment, its bearer will be protected against many forms of evil. Thinking of those memories of days long gone again, Riddle hangs her head in sadness. Her head in sadness. But I wish I was more powerful like you people. Power comes from believing in yourself, says Kid. So there we go. A chunk of people that can actually speak to us in the mansion, it seems, and... Indeed, well, let's head back. I think we already know exactly where to go. I'm gonna take a quick moment to save, but then I will take the stairs and go back up to the right part of the ground floor, I think. I think that's how you're supposed to get up to where that, where the clock tower's storeroom is, where I think we noticed that the sword, or a sword at least, was being stored, so clearly it has to be that sword. Let's continue on. I don't think we need to be too worried about our status right now. I think, yeah, this is probably it. This may be what we're looking for, by the looks of it. The sword could be the fabled Holy Iron Lancer, or perhaps a demonic Masamune. You know about the Masamune? Yeah, I get the feeling that he just might. Do you ever know its owner? Well, fine. I guess it depends on whether you consider that it could have multiple owners. Yes. Was he your mate? Well, yeah. This pretty much also confirms. But also not one of our enemies. Confirms a couple of things, one of which being the, I guess, arguable canonicity of something before. You don't expect a fair maiden like me to carry this bulky thing all over the place, do you? Fair maiden? Might as well. It punches me straight in the stomach. I don't know if that's gonna cause us to take extra damage, but... Alright. Let's get our asses to that bloody torture chamber. I can almost smell the frozen flame from here. Even though I guess, yeah, we technically don't know where to look to find the frozen flame itself. The right path continues on into the mansion, and I think that leads up to the tower where the torture chamber is, so... Let's try going there for a bit. Let's go up the stairs. Let's bravely venture inside. Perhaps now that we have the sword, we'll be protected against that. Between the... what? I guess we found another typo here. Between the off cracks between the floor stones, there's a thick, smelly butter-like substance that's been jammed into it among the stains of blood. Butter-like. Oh. Well, I guess this sword didn't really protect us this time. Have to use the sword somehow to be stick it into the ground. Throws the sword into the floor. Throws the sword into Kid. Let's not fuck around right now. Huge jolt runs through the room, bolts of light scattering in all four directions from the sword, running along the floor then up the walls. Reaching the ceiling, the deadly contraption groans and then comes to a halt. I do kind of have to wonder what would happen if you took the other option there, though. Now that I take another look at the inscription we found earlier, there's a certain stone just beside it that doesn't seem to have any cement around it. Dim glistening light can be seen from far within the hole. Gold ring. A slender set of leaves like those of a fern decorated with 5 small rubies around it. The Acacian coat of arms. I guess we were looking for this and not for the inscription on the wall. I guess we also just leave the sword right there. And let's just go straight over where we need to go, I guess. Pump me to get who's come to a complete stop. Oh goodness. Do we get another random encounter? I guess it's been a while. Something's ahead of us on the path. Whatever it is, it's coming for us. What could it be this time? Oh, it's a skeleton. I guess now we know what not to do, based on how they look for a weak spot. Agil suddenly stops dead in his tracks. Goodness. Attack, maybe. Keep trying to snipe him out of it. Let's try to attack. The skull hits the ground and shatters into countless pieces. Okay, that actually went a lot more smoothly than last time. I really think I'm starting to get the hang of this whole fighting thing. I'm barely hurt at all. It's probably to do with the fact that... Wait, what? Small pouch over in the corner. Small gem. Let's proceed on towards the terrace. Oh dear, if we're gonna... I guess we also have a small gem now. I wonder if we're gonna need that, and that technically means that... maybe that encounter was... actually, actually scripted? Well, we know where to go. Take the stairs down, go past the atrium... Go to the catacombs... Even if that encounter was scripted, though, I'm kind of wondering if the boasting was only because of the fact that we were able to get our health back. Ironically enough, the catacombs are actually on the upper level from some of the other rooms that we found. But let's go right back over there. No stops along the way. He positions his feet and starts to pull away at the bars with an incredible intensity. Okay then. He could have just done that the whole time. Come on, old fella. This'll surely work out. Old man's head shakes back and forth like a ragdoll, but his eyes remain averted. Well, is she doing it right? It may also prove to be helpful. I guess you never know. When she tried to force him out of his wall for her own sake, I mean, I feel like that would also end up benefiting him considering how he is now. The fate of the Acacia Dragoons has been woven into our own. And apparently that was part of the trigger here that we were waiting for. The ring. Finally, my allies, you have returned. Because of me, the frozen flame was seized, and I have desecrated the name of the Acacia Dragoons. I am the only one left, but you have returned. Ah, Merkit, Sorander, now that we are once again reunited, let us all head back to Stag Lake. Listen, mister, the frozen flame, where is it? Yeah, I mean, we do need to know where the frozen flame is at this time. My dear Miss Riddell, I have not seen you in quite some time. Surely you have not forgotten the secret entranceway. In the ballroom, the third candlestick on the left. Okay. Please forgive me for your fault. I guess he did something to, like, help the dragoons get caught, I think. But apparently he's not gonna get out of here even though he can now. Alright. Well, we know exactly where to go now, to the one room that we haven't really found any use for before. Turn right. Go back through the atrium, go upstairs, and from there we can go directly into the ballroom. What you get is really less of a ballroom and less of a ballroom and more of just an organ room. It's not terribly clear exactly what we can do there. Well, let's get in there. Countless number of candles spectacularly illuminate this huge room. We're told to interact with like the third candle from the right or the left, I think I said. Third one on the left, there we go. This entire room is slowly sinking into the ground. The frozen flame could really be down here. We actually take it into our hands. Maybe it just could be opening things up to a whole other set of passageways and it's just gonna be more drawn out. Oh hey, I think I've heard what the fuck? I think I heard different version of this track and I don't remember if it's from Chrono Cross or from Chrono Trigger. I want to say that it's from Chrono Cross because I don't remember this particular track from Chrono Trigger at all. Sometimes I do struggle to win even when I know I've already lost, just like that lady said. Why do I do that? Also, I'm pretty sure that I said what the fuck out loud. That was in response to something that happened in the background, and I am still quite confused as to how the hell it happened. How the hell did I end up here? Typical. This isn't the kid I usually see. A faint shy smile can be seen across her face. I feel something so powerful go through me, it feels like a wave of fire surging through my heart. I guess we can try to be a bit less dramatic this time. Fate? Life? I don't even know anymore. But with links, nothing set in stone. Sometimes it feels like there's something inside me guiding me. No matter what I do, it won't matter because I know it'll be showing me what to do next. Crazy talk. You take these matters with a grain of salt like kids seems to it's easy to live a day-to-day life. I mean, I just kind of assumed that that was already implied in all the characters here, but I guess not. Instantly returning to her serious gaze, but thanks, Serge Magil, for coming. Because of this, maybe down the road I'll have another chance. But we're not gonna find out more about those details right now, I don't think. Get the feeling. Yeah, I guess this whole dramatic conversation is still happening while this room is shaking violently and descending rapidly into the ground, so maybe things can be thrown off a little bit when you take that into consideration. Metallic grinding sound can be heard from all around us. The room comes to a stop, swaying a bit. I guess this is our stop. Suddenly the organ comes to life. Sounds like a funeral march. Well, maybe, I mean. It's a funeral march, alright. Lynx's, that is. Even though we heard a while ago that apparently Lynx isn't even around right now, but we're still kind of resigned to the notion that we're not gonna go after Lynx directly. Already in here, we're only trying to steal the thing. Air down here carries a thick stench of death. Somewhere further down, Lynx's subterranean hideout waits. What really is this frozen flame thing, or why are we after the frozen flame? I guess those two questions are more or less the same. It was said to be a gem which soothes all scars, granting eternal life to its owner. Or so people believed. It's not of this world. It descended from the heavens long ago, part of a huge meteorite. Once there lived a people who sought to harness its power, hoping to tap into their yet unknown potential, and so it became a treasure of great importance and dreams. Whether a gift which bestows power is actually a blessing or a curse is another question altogether. Since the birth of humanity, at least one entire race has fallen because of it. These people once built a great, thriving metropolis with its power, but now all knowledge of this era has been completely lost within the sands of time. And how do you know all this, yeah? Yes, that means that the story of whatever this is, and whatever Chrono Cross might turn out to be, would be rooted in one particular timeline or time causality frame. Well, whether any of that's true or not, it'll all lead us to the same place. What in the world could Link see in that mysterious rock? Well, what could we see in that mysterious rock? I feel as though I'm a bit more at peace. There's a bolt of electricity approaching us, sparking like a lit fuse on the ground, or sparkling. So while we were walking through this infinite hallway, we got trapped in a devil circle. Well, this must seem familiar. Scalding, noisy winds whirling all around us while I see a race of shimmering light in every direction I look. Well, what happens now? There is always a way out of a devil circle. We must find the gaps to walk through. Boy, surely this isn't gonna be a big factor. Take 3 steps to the right. Oh hey, we were told exactly what to do here. It was like 3 steps to the right, 2 to the left and 2 to the right, I think. We're gonna take our chances. Well, we can't save now, so hopefully I don't have to. Yeah. Hopefully I'm able to remember this properly. I mean, this static representation of characters within the circle doesn't really help me imagine how this is actually translating. As movement. 2 steps to the left, yeah, it's 3 steps to the right, then 2 steps to the left, and then 2 to the right, I think it was. To the right, slowly. And I guess that should be it, theoretically. Okay, yeah, that put an end to it. Okay. I guess it just completely disappeared. And I guess it's a good thing that we also knew which direction to continue moving into that very long hallway at last. Beyond this door, the frozen flame. I apparently can't go into the save menu anymore, so maybe we're locked into something here. Whoa. Could it be? Yeah, I guess we finally did make it to the place where the real thing is. Forgotten world hidden deep below ground. With a scarlet radiance, a single small gem shimmers in the darkness, the frozen flame. Remarkable, intact ruins of the lost magical kingdom. A taunting laugh, however, can be heard from high above us. Well, is he gonna be right there? Lynx. So I guess he was around after all. Always the same. Such a savage little girl. Can't you give a gentleman an honest greeting? And what have we here? The notorious Shadow Walker. I wouldn't be trying anything like last time if I were you. I guess that must be the guy. Viper Manor's deadly owner. The very same man who murdered Kit's sister, deceived Riddell's father, and eradicated the Acacia Dragoons. I see you have successfully taken the bait, gluttonous as ever. I brought you here because of the rock you carry. The one you received from your sister all those years ago. The priceless keepsake you carry with you dearly even now. The chrono trigger. Okay, we hadn't heard anything about that until this very moment. How do you know about that? No matter how many times you think you've won, I have generously demonstrated how gravely you are mistaken. With that links and sheaths a beautiful golden saber. Previously I've overlooked doing away with you, letting you scurry on with your pathetic little life. This time I may not be so generous. Lynx, you murderer, I'll never forgive you for Luca. This ends here and now. Does that mean that she's Luca's sister? What? Oh goodness. And Luca was somehow able to give her the chrono trigger? And so Kid leaps into the air in a fit of rage, aiming a quick between Lynx's eyes. However, just as she reaches him, he swiftly dodges. If only you had been a bit faster, Kid. Oh boy. Somehow staying on her feet, she stumbles back and readies herself to charge again, even though we don't really see any of this happening now. What am I gonna do? Stand up to Lynx, try to free Maggle, or help Kid? Completely blow my opportunity. Oh damn. Does that mean that we're completely hosed now? Damn it. Suppose it didn't occur to me. Really, Kid, some time ago you were actually something, but where has all your power gone now? Feel like handing over the chrono trigger yet? Surely you know by now it doesn't pay to be stubborn with me. As I am a gentleman, stealing from an innocent girl just won't do. Perhaps your companion, the filthy looking one. Maybe he knows where it is. Let's try to free Maggle, I guess. Behind me, Kid moans in pain. Forgetting what's important. I'm not quite sure I know what that's supposed to be referencing right now. Don't repeat the same mistake I did. Protect Kid. Ooh. Did we completely blow our opportunity here? I mean, because we had 2 chances to do that and ended up taking neither, I guess. Those lovely small pink lips now stained red. Oh boy. Small dark jewel falls out. But yeah, that guy's right next to her, but a dark area starts to form around the gem. Its swirling darkness grows bigger and bigger. It consumes everything around me. So maybe that was actually supposed to happen. Maybe we couldn't actually avoid that. It's not very clear. I suppose there is at least an ending. There you go. I get the feeling that might not be the only way for this to finish, though. Not sure if there's like how much I could have changed in that final sequence. Or how much I could have done differently in that final sequence. But yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm pretty sure that this song does correspond to like one specific track over in Chrono Cross, which at this time I still do not have the proper context for. But yeah, right now I'm just kind of thinking that maybe, just maybe, this isn't the only way that this can go. And I feel like I should actually take a moment to look into this. That's what I was trying to figure out what or how to phrase. For now, I guess we can look at the flamingo-colored birds, which I get the feeling are not flamingos, though. Fly by. Fin. Well, I mean, what happens now? Let's take a look. And what do we see right here? Kid Le Trésor Interdit is apparently complete, but there's more stuff. Not quite sure what this means at this time. We can go right back into the save thingies, or... Oh boy. No, actually, hold on. I actually am looking at an FAQ right now in the background to see like what the best thing to do right here would be, so I guess I will... I guess that was the end of the quote-unquote vanilla scenario there. Don't let me save state here, though it shouldn't matter at all since this game doesn't have any retro achievement stuff. But let me see. So if I start from the beginning now... Let's see if it's any different at all. We're still gonna go with LaFast. I don't think that did change anything. I kind of have to... I know that... Well, fuck. Well, a new thing. Hold on a moment, I guess this is different. Didn't get this choice at first before. Let's go to sleep this time. Oh dear, I have very, very limited knowledge of Chrono Cross, which apparently used this little visual novel thing as its basis to a degree, based on what I've heard. But I am aware of certain details, both from Chrono Cross and obviously from Chrono Trigger, which I played entirely in the past multiple times, so I did notice a few things from this that would relate back to both of those things. I have to wonder to what degree this thing is actually going to connect to Chrono Cross, though. And I eventually play that, probably, I would say next week, but that's... I know already that that's not gonna be the case. The hell are you daydreaming about, mate? Yeah, I'm pretty sure we couldn't fall asleep right at the beginning before. Let me try something. I'm gonna put this over here. So we ended up falling asleep and skipping like the entire beginning fight sequence with the cats or whatever. There's a faint light illuminating the hallway at the beginning this time. No such skylight can be found. Now let's go catch up with her right away this time. Path splits into 3 directions. To the left is a descending staircase, while the path on the right extends into darkness. Hold on a moment, let's go to the... Okay, so I guess we went into the left side, so we're supposed to go to the right, I think, into the study. Yeah. Into the study we go. Let's examine the desk, which I'm pretty sure is also the same thing that we did when we came over here during the normal scenario. One picture in the drawer catches my eye. It's a portrait of a friendly-looking girl with a faint smile on her face. Who could it be? So, yeah, technically did also find out about this before. What is it, Michael? I don't know if this happened before, though. But apparently staring at the picture, too. And he apparently just very hurriedly went out of the room. Let's go down to Ridal's room this time. Let's go in the room. someone there. Okay, so she just immediately shows up in this timeline. A girl comes into view from out of a dark corner. Must have been my imagination. And all of a sudden a shadow over by the desk begins to tremble. Materializes, placing himself directly across from the girl. We're thieves, but we're here because of the invitation in the newspaper, sure, let's go with that. Ah, you're just in time. Why do you always have to be telling those clumsy lies? Well, I apologize on behalf of my party if we startled you. We intend no harm, milady. Gagger? I mean, sure. What do you say we toss her in the dresser? Apparently, though, Michael doesn't want us to do that right now. Girl takes a breath and turns to us to speak. You're Maggle? Did you once go by the name Gilbert? Oh. Riddell, is that you? Goodness. We're here for the frozen flame, not damsels in distress, but these are my companions. I hope this is gonna go anywhere else after this has happened, though. Oh, brother, all of this girl's stuff starting to unravel him. Michael goes on and on. Ever since my childhood I have thought of you. My heart has yearned ever so madly only for you. About the promise. Surely you haven't forgotten our secret promise, the one we made to each other on that beautiful day in the garden. You have not forgotten the vows of marriage we bestowed on one another, have you? I guess we're just playing along with this now. So our promise was meaningless. Once you were giving some delicious looking homemade cookies for your 5th birthday, but you would not share them with anyone. And another time at one of the village festivals, I remember wanting to dance with you, but you never asked me to. I waited all night. Oh. And you suddenly appear hoping to fix everything with a mere apology. Bollocks, mate. You sure got yourself in a tight spot here with all this marriage talk. Oh, Noelle, is that the old woman? Surely you remember him from long ago when I was but a child. What a fine gentleman you turned out to be. Now we're never getting out of this. Let's let Michael do what he thinks is best, I guess. Well, who is this young lady? Well, these two are my business associates. Known Master Gilbert ever since he was a wee lad. And so Master Gilbert and Lady Riddle often shared one another's company, stealing each other's eyes. Well, Once in a secret meeting of their favorite flower garden, an oath was made between the two. I guess it just goes on. Lady Riddle had already been assigned a suitor. Now our oath is void. I'm the Great Thief Kid, and we're here tonight in this mansion too, but... Nope. How dare you, you rude young lady. Surely you know better than to act in such a way before the lady of the house. Perhaps it would be best if we left. What in blazes are you thinking running off with Riddle? This really does drag on, even though it's clearly all supposed to be ridiculous. What kind of a gentleman do you think you are? Thinking of eloping without telling a single soul. If only I had more options. Won't be a bad life living with him, well. You do want to escape this terrible mansion. No, apparently not. What kind of lifestyle could you hope to provide for me compared to this? My foster father will not allow it. It will not work out. Why must you do this to me? I have more than enough savings to cover a down payment for marriage funds and a new home. Well... Yep, this actually is happening. I am once again wondering how long it's going to continue happening for, though. Alarms blare out all around us. Oh. Yeah, what do we do now? Just leave? Boy. I guess this, something that didn't really occur to me is the fact that that was presumably in the basement, but there were open windows in that room. Here they are, right there. Running down the hallway faster than ever. Suddenly, thunderous booms start to echo out from far behind us. What is going on? Fireworks. I see all the occupants of Viper Manor waving and cheering for us, what? Live Mistress Riddle, Pippery. It'll all be over for brunch once you're settled. There, Lord Link sits solemnly with a tear in his eye, waving to us, the father of the bride. Alright, well, that was certainly something else. That just happened. From far across the landscape, a deep, shimmering light begins to fill the sky. There's our frozen flame. That flame is clearly not frozen, however. Please do not say such things. caught between love and adventure, so... Well, this FAQ I'm reading is any indication that's pretty much the main thing you need to do to discover the other scenario endings. You have to get all the way to the end of the main scenario and then start again, and then you have the options where, depending on what you do, where you go, you find these ridiculous endings. In another place and another time, a similar band of adventurers had come forth, equally unsuspecting of their other selves, and life went on as they strode out into the great unknown. But that's a story for another day. Now I shall put down my pen. I wonder if this whole framing device thing of, like, I guess Serge is an old man writing this journal is gotta be extended into Chrono Cross. Hear my mother's voice called me from downstairs. Boy, your friend is here. And some ruins with an old mansion up in northern Kitsune Forest, really. Should we really go and explore a ruined building as children, maybe? I guess that's the implication there. I guess that's a separate ending. I wonder if this look for the characters, like, I know that at least one of the characters that you control in here does actually show up as the main dude in Chrono Cross, but I don't know about the other ones. Wonder if any of their appearances, if they do end up showing up there, are gonna be preserved. But there we go. I guess we can watch this credit sequence one more time. And beyond that, because apparently, according to the FAQ that I was looking at just a second ago, there's a few different things you can do that apparently relate to, like, bonus modes and everything. But if you don't take the, like, secret scenarios that relate to the bonus modes, you can actually find up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 additional endings, including that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, no, 6 additional endings, including that one. You got some of the other stuff on the FAQ here, I guess, as I wait. This particular credit sequence, which I guess also has a different credits track, now that I think about it, that's also different. Waiting for this to play out. What have we got? Apparently doing the exact same task that we just did. To get the fucking Marge ending, we can do something else. Maybe I'll try that next. Seems to be the trickiest one. This seems like a good option, this thing that I'm reading about. I kind of wish that... well, I don't know, I guess it's a good thing that we saw that that particular ending like play out the way that it was supposed to at least once. Finn. I get the feeling that I'm about to go right back into it, but I will cut between love and adventure. So that's 2 scenarios completed. But I think if I understood this properly, then we can't actually go directly back. Like if we start a new game at this point, we can't actually go back into the version of the story that'll allow us to like unlock more of these things. Like if we go back into the story now from this menu, we're gonna end up going into the path that only allows us to go to them through the regular progression. Maybe it's completely wrong, let's see. If we do get the option to fall asleep, I think we do get the option to fall asleep, okay. That means that we actually can continue on with this. Let's try to do this one more time, and let's try to do this like secret scene that I just finished reading about. So it's fall asleep, and when we get the mysterious flashing light, we don't follow it, and instead we follow Kid, and we do the same thing that we did before. And get back into that scene and wait for one of the choices there. Yeah, let's go catch up with her right away. I guess we actually can continue on with this. I guess this particular FAQ lied about that one thing. Let us take the stairs. No, wait, we have to go to the right. No. Yeah, go to the right because that's where the study is. Let's come here, examine the desk, and then go down to her room to meet her, and then yeah, that's where the other split will happen. The fuck? Apparently, we get like a relationship score with Kid, and that's what that small gem that dropped from one of the enemies was about. I have to wonder what the fuck that, or had to wonder at that moment what that was about, but according to this FAQ, that's what that does. Could do a Ctrl F to see if that relates to anything else at all, but I don't know. We gotta go down the stairs, we gotta go to the right, we gotta go into the door there. Need to skip past these 7th guest transitions. I think except for turning right to go to the study, pretty much all of the choices that you gotta do in this to get this path are all the first choice that you see. And also this one, you have to scroll down here to actually go into this room at this time. Oh dear. Okay, so what choice am I waiting for? According to this, we're waiting for the choice that says, if only I had more options, so you know it. I'd say right away that we're thieves, I guess. I guess the rest of this is probably not really going to affect how this scene plays out. So let's try the different options that we chose last time. Apparently they do, surprisingly enough, unsurprisingly enough, they all lead back to the same conclusion. Is there someone else? I guess they technically said in one of the dialogue that comes up during the sequence that there was. Oh, we can actually save during this part. Let's not do that though. I'm gonna just keep my old hard saves, which according to some of the stuff that's written in the FAQ might not even persist if we like turn this off and turn it back on without using save states, simply because of the fact that apparently this was specifically a Satellaview game. And I don't know if that was actually capable of hard saves in the same way as with a normal game, but apparently those aren't, or typically aren't emulated to the point that they're gonna be preserved if you shut the whole thing off and then turn it back on. I don't know how true that is in this particular situation though, but I don't really feel like testing it if I don't have to. Let's take Riddle hostage. Or not. If only I had more options, okay. I'm pretty sure this is the one. And yeah, there's... Continue to press down after you select this one, there's a mystery third option you can find. Which is a music test. Star Stealing Girl Sonata, Star Stealing Girl... etc, etc. Wind ambient, river flow ambient. I hope that I didn't screw up by moving away from the first page, okay. What about Viper Matter? What if you actually pick one of these? Okay. Let's return to the track listing. Well, I'm pretty sure that all of these, the fact that this sound list exists means that all of this stuff must be well documented. Let's go back here, and I think, yeah. If we go to the song 6, Under Moonlight. Which one is that? Is that just the ambient stuff that we hear at the very beginning? No, there is a bit of a melody going on there too. But wouldn't you know it, there's also a hidden, okay, yeah, it does kick into something. A hidden third option that you can select there. So let's do that again and again. That's apparently the name of the game here. I don't know how you're supposed to be able to figure this out by yourself, but you know. I am quite glad about the circumstance that you apparently don't need to do that, how you only need to do this twice. Even though the FAQ says that you need to do it for a while. Yep, this really is happening. What happened? I mean, I clearly don't need to say anything right now, but... the way this is presented, I have to presume that this is, whatever the Japanese script says here is the equivalent to whatever the actual Japanese script for Zero Wing says in the meme scene. Oh dear. I get the feeling that it actually is going to reset me again after this whole sequence is done, so... might as well just sit back and witness that for now. Apparently not, though, never mind. But I feel like that's... crap, I really thought I was gonna... god damn it. I really thought that was gonna give me like another ending sequence, technically, so... in light of the fact that it didn't, let's listen to a few of these, I guess. But after I've had my fill of a few of these, I think this screen is going to be as good as any other to call things off here. Some promises like the weird music box sound font sounding one. Hold on, I keep like eating peanuts, and then I actually get some parts of them like that go to the back of my throat, so I need to take a drink. Oh goodness. There we go. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that Star Stealing Girl is the Chrono Cross track that this is, I guess, technically a precursor to, if it made its first appearance here in this particular thing. Yep. Other Sonata. How does Sonata refer to the other version? Let's find out. Oh. It's got like different stuff for the main melody, and also has a different kind of MIDI flute-based accompanying melody. I'm guessing that that's the one that isn't the sonata version, is the one that's closer to the one that plays in Chrono Cross. But what about Gale? We already know that Under Moonlight is like one of the ambient-y sounding ones that isn't actually ambient though. Okay, Gale is the one that plays when combat is happening. Frozen Flame. Guess I'm gonna try to figure out which one of these is gonna be the best one to play things out for. Frozen Flame is alright sounding, I guess. Portal to open ground. Is the... I guess it's called like that because the friggin' elevator takes you even deeper into the earth. And it's the one that plays when you interact with the organ in that track, so it's the one that sounds vaguely like, I don't know, something like you would hear in Castlevania at least. That's the first thing that came into my mind when I heard that organ-based track in this. These kind of very particular Super Nintendo sound fonts. I'll keep this one in mind. How about yeah, there's a few pages of this, there's like 3 of them. Let's go over all this stuff that's in these pages. Wind ambient, right ambient, well maybe not this, if these are all like straight up ambient. Final Confrontation, I have to assume is the one that plays when you're fighting Lynx at the end. Okay. Which sounds a little bit different from pretty much everything else that you hear in the game, if you ask me. So maybe I'll keep an eye on this one. For certain purposes. Sneaking around. Maybe this is the one that I was also kind of interested in, which is the one that you would hear in the study, perhaps. Big question mark. Not really hearing anything here. Only very, very faintly, and again, this reminds me of that game Theresia that came out on the DS, and I think cell phones before that. I'm pretty sure I do want to bring to stream at some point, simply because I want an excuse to actually make myself finish that game. Yeah, feels very ambient-y, very Theresia-y. I don't know why it's not also marked as ambient, to be perfectly honest with you. Just technically some kind of melody going on there. Is this the one from the study? Maybe, possibly. It's one of the ones that plays in the specific rooms, at least. I think it is, though. A bit like this. Yeah. This little bit jazzy thing going on there. Interesting. So I'll definitely want to keep an eye on this one. It's 11 Viper Manor, even though that's clearly not track 11. We go by the fuck. I don't think that's track 11, at least like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 tracks in each of these pages. Let me go over these again just to see what the fuck is going on there. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then what goes on in this page? Oh, it's alphanumeric, or not alphanumeric, the opposite of that. Is it the opposite of that? I don't think it is, but it's hexadecimal, that's what I meant. It's not alphanumeric, it's hexadecimal. I guess I would explain that. Strange Presentiment is one that actually sounds vaguely like something you would hear in the later... Maybe not the later Resident Evil games, actually, more like... what you would hear in Resident Evil games in Say Room or something, and again, it's kind of interesting to note how this released the same year that Resident Evil 1 did, and it's got like the fucking doors opening animation and all that. Let's see. Only have 3 more left, let's take a look. Pacing sounds like another one of those like spooky ambient tracks that you would hear in Theresia that I was mentioning just a minute ago. Epilogue would be what? I mean, Star Stealing Girl was the ending, like, credits theme for the first scenario, the main scenario. I don't remember if one of these other ones that we have left to listen to here are the ones that we heard during the credits there. No, it wasn't. It literally just said what it was, but we heard a different one in at least one of the credit sequences that we got to. I don't remember what the other one was. Could it be ending? 16 hexadecimal denomination. Maybe. This sounds different. This does sound very vaguely like something you would hear in Earthbound so far, though. I don't remember if this is what played in the other ending. I guess this could... this is pretty much as good a place as any, though, to actually bring this to a close. Let me drop this real quick, just so I can save state again. If I ever feel like diving right back into this, and... I guess I'm just gonna leave this thing on this screen as I take my own screen control stuff that I have and head over to the end of screen stuff. But yeah, pretty quiet affair tonight, it would seem. It's one of those things that makes me wonder how anything works. One of those occasions that makes me question everything, but... oh well, let's not dwell on that too much. I know that I wouldn't want to do that. It probably wouldn't be a good look, so let's not do that anyway. And this is where I would usually say something, and I guess I could still say it for the record. I mean, what is there to say really other than what I usually say? Which is not nothing, so I guess I'll say that. I know how to make sense, everyone. Whoever everyone may refer to in this situation. Oh, hold on a moment. I guess I can also stall here for just a second. As I wait to see if a certain circumstance will change. But basically the stuff that I was looking to my own memory and all that stuff to figure out how to say is... I will be back next week. I don't know if I'll be back tomorrow, which is Friday. Or, well, technically today, because it's 4 minutes past midnight now. But I will be back at one of these times to do at least one more stream of probably an adventure game that I will have to figure out one that can probably be finished in just one stream. Not quite sure what it would be. But then on Tuesday, I would imagine that I would give myself to something a little bit different that I would probably end up devoting the entirety of the week to. Not just on stream, but also probably will end up doing something else on Tuesday that I'll... or how do I phrase this in my usual obtuse? How would I phrase this in my usual obtuse way? Like... certain circumstance changes will take place on Tuesday that will lead me not only to center the focus of the stream on one specific thing, but also probably will give me something to do behind the scenes as a lead up to something else. That will also be a distant follow-up to something that already occurred on the stream once, but hey, wouldn't you know it, I think the stream, what's it called? Not the stream anything, the song just stopped. Apparently it's not looping, so I'm gonna have to go back to the track listing and select it again just to get it to play again. Which you can't see right now, but I sure can. But yeah, there we go. Time to hear the lovely ending theme from opposite Chrono Cross, but I guess this would be less Chrono Cross and less Proto Chrono Cross. Less Chrono Cross and more Proto Chrono Cross, excuse me. I need to not repeat the same thing for no reason. Which of course will be a lead up, or was supposed to be a lead up between Chrono Trigger and, you know, actual Chrono Cross, which I still know very, very little about. And I have to wonder how much of both Chrono Trigger and this are going to like carry over into actual Chrono Cross, given that the FAQ that I was reading before suggests that it might not really be that much. But I still think that this is probably going to have been a good experience to have, both because of my own focus on the importance of seriation and seniority when it comes to well, not just straight up publication, which is what this is. This is literally a series of products all related to the same thing and being made by the same people, which obviously that means that the connection between themselves is inherently important, but also when it comes to influences and stuff like that, I feel like that importance of like precedence, influence, seniority, and sequence in publication cannot be considered to be any less important than it actually is, which is very... So, you know, that's neat. But yeah, I guess there's not really much else for me to do, left for me to do at this point. And just go ahead and shut things off here. So I would say the stuff that I usually say, but there's probably not that much of a reason to say it today. So I will say to no particular thing, but merely to the four winds that I shall see some kind of person later.